Good morning and welcome to day one of the 2026 South African Masters Championships. We are here at Seal Point in Cape St. Francis and we're looking forward to 5 days of non-stop action. Please join us on YouTube and you can also find us on live heats where there are some also great features such as heat replays and condensed heat versions. So we look forward to seeing you for the rest of the day. Stick around, we're going to have plenty of action. We're starting with our over 40 men and we'll be starting at 8 a.m. today.
This one.
I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Titicaca Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Titicaca spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Titicaca spring water. I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Titicaca Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Titicaca spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Titicaca spring water.
Can we connect so that we've got the live?
Sorry, sure. Yeah, test me.
Test again.
Yeah.
Testing audio. Audio check from the mic. Yeah. Testing, testing.
Anyone on audio for us? Fana, can you move the camera a bit closer? Alrighty, guys, you give us an audio check on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, do an audio.
still waiting for a few scores to drop. At the moment, Surfer in white, your first ride was a 4.33. Surfer in yellow, your first ride a 3.33. And Surfer in blue, your first ride a 0.5. Still waiting on scores to come through. And we have an update. Surfer in white, your second wave, a 3.4. Surfer in blue, your second scoring ride, a 6.5. Yellow, you're currently in third with a 3.33. And red in fourth with a 2.67. Red, you need a 4.34 to go to second. And yellow, you need a 3.68 to go to second. Yellow with priority. Okay, so your water, your situation, white, Adam Hansen, you are in the lead with a 4.33 and a 3.4. Surfer in blue, you are in second with a 0.5 and a 6.5. Yellow, you are in third with a 3.33. And red, you are in fourth with a 2.67. Red, you require a 4.34 to go to second, and yellow, you require a 3.68 to go to second. Okay, just an announcement. Your rash vests are by the commentary booth. So when you're collecting your rash vests, please come to the commentary booth. Surfers in the water, you have 11 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. This is our surfer in yellow, Aiden Jeans. This is a reminder to our surfers in the next heat to come and collect your rash vest at the commentary booth. Matt Carter in the red, Geoffrey Greaves in white, Jay Sharrock in the yellow, and Bruce Campbell in the blue. Last of yellow, a 2.0. Yellow, you're still in third and you need a 3.68 to go to second. This is red. Keegan now. He's working this wave through to the inside. Priority is with white, second priority is with blue, and third priority is with yellow. Waiting for the last score of red, and I can give you an update on the situation. This is yellow. A quick edit now for him. This is blue. John O'Hill.
Good morning, everyone joining us on the live stream. We are here today at the SA Masters Champs. We are almost 15 minutes into the first heat of the day, which is the round 1, heat 1, over 35 men. Our current situation for this heat is white in first, red in second, blue in third, and yellow in fourth position. Conditions are very tricky this morning, so we are truly going to see what our surfers are going to make up with this onshore weather and conditions. There are a few nuggets in between, so definitely some scoring potential on these waves. First position, blue, John O'Hill, is sitting with a 6.5 and a 5.57, and Adam Hansen in white in second has a 4.33 and a 3.4. As you can see that if you are watching from live heats, you will see the scores underneath the live heats, which is a recently added feature that we have here on SSA. Just under 5.5 minutes remaining in our first heat of the day. The situation stays unchanged. Adam Hansen needing a 7.74 to take the lead in this heat. And Keegan Nell only needing a 2.96 to advance into the next round. Looks like we have a paddle from White, and he is just goes down on that wave. It can be so tricky to find the right waves in these conditions. It's very unpredictable. Just over 3 minutes remaining in this heat. In our next heat is the over 35 men round 1 heat 2 with red Matt Carter, white as we see yellow up and riding on this little nugget, and he will complete that ride. White currently in 4th position, so that I'm sure we'll see what the judges will do with that score. See whether it helps him improve into the next round. As we see White up and riding again, he is currently in 2nd, now dropping down to 3rd for Yellow's wave coming in at a 4.40. The judges have dropped the scores, and the situation now is Blue still in the lead, but Yellow coming from 4th and is now in 2nd place. And White drops down to 3rd, needing a 3.41 to take back his advancing position. And Red needing a 2.96 still to improve into the advancing position. And counting the heat down, That signals the end of the first heat of our Masters Championships here in St. Francis at Seal Point. And now we are on with the next heat. As we see White going for a paddle, seeing what he can get out of this wave, and he will complete that, or just goes down.
Ernst.
Nice to meet you,
Yes, nice to meet you. I'm from Japan. We did the Longboys live stream. So we taking hands with open pan and helping us locals.
Yeah, nice.
Nice to meet you. That's Jess. Jessie. So that's confusing. You Jess and he's Jess.
Yeah, we can call you Jess.
But you're the prettier Jess by far. Well, thanks for being a commentator and helping us out. This makes a huge difference to the podcast. It's not nice because we didn't have budget for the Longboys. Each commentator needs to speak to the surface. And then they say blues up so the judges can hear. But on the broadcast you can see blues up. And there's a surface and audio with 2 minutes left, but you can see that on live beats on the screen. So it doesn't help to say that.
White's first wave coming in at a 2-point ride. Red also having a wave with the score of a 1.17. And yellow having a short ride of a 0.50. Still so much time left in this heat, still so much action to be seen. Looking forward to see what these surfers give us in these conditions. Blue's last wave coming in at a 4.50, so he moves up into first place with just over 16 minutes remaining. As we see White up and riding. Nice first turn from him up on the foam, and just a foam climb to complete that wave. That would be White's second wave, so a backup score will come in for him. As we see Blue up and riding, this is Bruce Campbell. He is currently in first position, and he'll just pull out of that one. That would also be Blue's second wave of the heat. If you have just joined our live stream, we are into the second heat of the day of the over 35 men here at the SA Masters Championships at Seal Point. Really getting a taste of winter's weather after that storm. As we see a paddle from Red. Just a quick one for him. Red not needing much to get into the advancing position. As we see White, my apologies, Yellow, he has a quick one there. Just waiting for three of our surfers' scores to come in. Bruce Campbell's first wave coming in at a 1.57. He is still currently in the leading position with Red just behind him. Last of White comes in at a 3.17, so that moves him into second, the advancing position. And Yellow's just that quick ride coming in at a 0.70, as we see Blue just goes down on that wave. And White right behind him, really seeing what he can manage to do in these waves. And he will complete that ride.
Since the Eastern Cape became the KZN, the burden and the looting tonight is a breakfast special, eh? So that's good then. So that's 75. Always surfing in the, I mean, I surf the Gardena, the Bay National, the Boulevard, I surfed before.
As we see Yellow, that wave just running away from him.
Can I have another special, please? Thanks. You want a cappuccino or an Americano? Can I have another short cappuccino? How's it? Right.
Bruce Campbell's last wave coming in at a 7.83. That is the highest scoring wave that we have seen so far in this heat. And actually the highest scoring wave that we have seen yet. As we are just over 8.5 minutes into the second heat of the day. The last wave of White coming at a 5-point ride, so he further extends his position, making it harder for Red and Yellow to take his advancing position.
What's happening? Power. You can take the plastic off, baby.
As we see a paddle from White. Nice turn. And he gets the completion. As we see Surfer in blue just coming out of the foam there. He manages to make it around that section. The wave not offering him much. Just over 5 minutes remaining, and the situation still stays the same with blue in first, white in second, red in third, and yellow in fourth. As we see yellow up and riding, he manages to get a first turn in, and let's see if he can get a completion on this wave. And he manages to get the completion. We'll see what the judges think about that.
Yes, Richard, how's it, man? Cool, man, cool. I'm sorry, I'm out of town at the moment, man. What can I help you with? She WhatsApped me the other day and she messaged me and said, to give you a heads up. That's what happened. But I haven't heard anything further than that.
Blue up and riding. Nice first turn. Gets another one in.
Have you got an email address?
Let's see if he can make it around the section, and he does. And he'll pull out of that one. He's currently comfortably sitting in first position, with white in second.
Cool, man. Listen, I wouldn't be able to help you like further. But
Yellow's last wave coming in at a 3.60, so that moves him into third position. He now needs a 7.07 to advance into the next round. Two minutes remaining in this heat, and I will be leaving the live stream for now, and you will later on be joined by Tash van Groenen, who will take you through the next two heats.
And I'm counting you down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Circles in the next heat. I'm counting you down to start in 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Bruce Campbell in blue taking the win, with Geoffrey Greaves in white in second, yellow Jay Sharrock in third, and Matt Carter in red in fourth. We welcome to the order Surfer in red, Surfer in white, Yuri van Staden, in yellow Johan Crick, and in blue Justin Harding. And I'm going to pass the mic on to Jess to take you through the next 2 heats. Right, your first time coming in at 0.50. We're coming in at a 4 drive, just over 17 minutes remaining. Versus red a 0.4. As you see yellow up and riding. Trying to get as much as he can out of this wave. Manages to get a few turns in. And he'll pull out of that one. His first wave coming in at a 0.43. So yellow, your first wave a 0.43 and your previous wave a 3-point drive. You are currently in second
Blue up and riding. This way is building up nicely for him. Gets a nice first turn in. He'll pull out of that one. As you see yellow up and riding. He's currently in second. Yellow, your last ride coming in at a 2.67, that moves you up into first. White, you're in second, you need a 1.67 to take back the lead. Blue, you need a 1.68 to advance. And red, needing a 4.1 to advance. Minutes on the clock, sir. There's 13 minutes on the clock. Minutes remaining, and the situation is white in first, yellow in second, and red in third, and blue in fourth. Blue.
minutes remaining, surface 10 minutes remaining. Situation stays unchanged. Quick ride there from Blue. Yellow up and riding. Nice close turn from him. This way building up here on the inside. Quick out of that one. White, yellow, your last wave coming in at a 5.83. You advance into first position. White needing a 4.84 to take back the lead. Blue, you are third. You need a 4.07 to advance. And red, you are now in fourth. You need a 2.3 to advance. 2.23. As you see a pedal from White, who is up and riding. Just a quick one for him.
Disclose that.
I'll call you now. I'll call you now. Sure. I'll call you now.
I'm just going with Jess because this is her first time on the beach.
Situation is yellow in first, white in second, blue in third, and red in fourth. Blue, you need a 4.07 to move into the advancing position, and red, you need a 2.23.
Okay, so when it gets down to the countdown, you can do it, like, you don't have to look at the judges. Okay. They'll do the horn, but then, like, keep watching them, and when they say yes, we'll be ready, and then so counting down 3, 2, 1, and then we'll stop. Okay. Yellow went all the way to the top there. I don't think they still yellow. 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Red up and riding. Nice closeout turn from him, and white on the inside here. He'll kick out of that one. That other person was in this heat that stood up there. Which is ideal.
Red, your last weight in at a 6.67. That takes you up into first position. Yellow, you are now in second. You need a 5.52 to take back the lead. Third, you need a 4.84 to take back that advancing position. And blue, you need a 6 to advance.
So, like, sometimes in that situation, it's fine out. Get 6. No way? I didn't tell them that it's 2 minutes, that's fine. It's fine, you know. Yeah. I'm getting ready for that. Like, this guy in blue, like, he was riding the wave. Yeah. So sometimes if they're on a wave,
Minutes remaining, surfers just over 1 minute. The situation is red in first, yellow in second, white in third, needing a 4.84, and blue in fourth, needing a 5.47.
so yeah, just, I kind of, like, keep an eye on that so you see. They can hear us talking on the live.
Seconds. Counting your surfers down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. hold your position, surfers, in the next heat. Counting the next heat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that signals the start of our next heat. This is the 4th heat of the day. In this heat we have in red, Craig Johnson, in white, TJ van Westhuizen, Pablo Teisman, and Ruan de Pries in blue. Yellow, you are in 4th priority. I repeat, yellow, you are sitting in 4th prior.
Good? Are you?
White up and riding on his first wave of the heat, managing to get around that section. Really milking it onto the inside, and he'll get that completion. Red up and riding out the back. Nice first turn from him. Manages to get a second one in. And he'll kick out of that one. Yellow, your first wave coming in at a 0.17. And the scores have dropped. Red's first wave coming in at a 3. You are currently in first position. White, your wave coming in at a 3.50. You are sitting in second. Yellow, you are in third with your 0.17. You need a 3.34 to advance into the advancing position. And blue is yet to catch a wave. You need a 3.51 to advance.
Those names are V.
In and out for him. Surface, 15 minutes remaining. The current situation is red in first with a 7.33, white in second with a 3.50, yellow in third needing a 3.34 to advance, and blue in fourth needing a 3.43 to advance. As you see, yellow up on the inside.
Let's go, boys.
And he'll go down on that one.
How'd you go? I don't know. It was fun, yeah, I think. Good.
Yellow, your last wave coming in at a 4.33. You are now in second position. Yellow, you are now in second position with a 0.17 and a 4.33. White, you are now in third. You need a 1.01 to take back your advancing position. White's last wave coming in at a 0.50. Yellow up and riding here on the inside, seeing what he can do on this wave. Red paddling out the back as you see him up and riding. And he'll kick off that one.
Sorry, you got the heats. Do you know what color are at? Next heat, Brian. Yellow. Heat 5. Green.
Oh,
Brian.
there we go. Cool.
no green. Because I know that there's only 5-man heats, very few of them, so not sure. I don't want to take that. Is there black there?
There's no black, but maybe they're doing green as black. That's what I'm... It must be.
Okay, so just let them know that I'm black then.
Yeah.
So I'll just surf in this. No.
Nine minutes on the clock, surfers, 9 minutes remaining. The situation is red in first, yellow in second, and white in third. Blue, you are on fourth, you need a 5.57 to advance, and white, you need a 2.51. As you see red up and riding, he makes it around that section. And white behind him.
Got him a shot there. The other thing, Tash, is that little flag thing. So hard to see. Yeah. Yeah. It's just fun to see it. It's probably too low, but it's hard to listen to the wind. But the local guys. Normally we have like the round one, it's quite a bit bigger. It might be easier to see it. Yeah. So the guys that even before us were moaning, I didn't see the heat. Yeah, that was the heat off. I think it's a background though. That would make it much different, but good luck trying to keep it flat. Today. Get a guy with a jacket to stay behind the wheel.
Blue up and riding on the inside. Nice turn from him.
You see from here, you think that there's so many little waves. Yeah, you think so, yeah. So you go up there, you're like, look here, mate, this will be a nugget. This is going to be a nugget.
Quick one there from White.
Yeah, you're sitting in the next few groups that you
5 minutes on the clock, surfers. 5 minutes on the clock. It's red in first, white in second. Yellow, you need a 2.4 to advance, and blue in fourth, you need a 3.83. Yellow up and riding on the inside with 4 minutes remaining. He needs Yellow, your last ride coming in at a 2.73. That moves you into second position. White, you need a 3.57 to take back that advancing position. Blue, you need a 4.17 to advance. The current situation is red in first, yellow in second, white in third, and blue in fourth. Blue on the inside. This way of not giving him much. One minute remaining on the clock, surfers. 1 minute remaining. Situation stays unchanged. And counting this heat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Surfers in the next heat, hold your positions. Counting the next heat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That signals the end of
surfers in the water. This is a reminder that your heat is a 25-minute heat as we have 5 surfers in the water. Surfer in red is Manfred Adrio, but we have surfer in white, Hayden McNichol, up and riding, opening up his account. Here we see Manfred carving it back, and white finishes off on the inside. Red working this wave through. So a quick start for our surfers in this heat. The other 3 surfers, we have yellow, Brendan Letgun. In blue, Kyle Myers. In the black, Brian Mulang. Here is blue, Kyle Myers. Up and riding this one on his backhand, working it through. And this is an early call to the women in the next heat. We'll be starting with the over 35 women, round 1, heat 1. In red, we have Bonnie Hannafay. In white, Angelique Kutzer. In yellow, Gianni Holmes. And in blue, Zani Carwood. This is yellow, Brendan. Worked this wave all the way through to the inside here. Blue, your 2 scoring rides, a 0.47 and a 3.0. White, your first ride, a 7.00. And red, your opening ride, a 5.83. First of yellow, a 2.23. The situation is as follows. White is in the lead with a 7.00. Red, you are in second with a 5.83. Blue, you are in third with a 0.47 and a 3.00. And yellow is in fourth with a 2.23. The surfer in black is yet to open his account.
Checking in.
Zany.
Yes. Haywood. Yeah. Thank you. And it's Zany. Zany. Yeah. Thank you.
Surfers in the water. Surfer in black has priority. Second priority is with white. Third priority blue, and fourth priority is with red. This is Surfing Black on his opening ride. Brian Malang using his priority on that one, unfortunately not getting what he wanted there. First off Black, just a 0.67. We have 20 minutes remaining. Surfer in white is in the lead with a 7.0. Red, 5.83. Blue, you are in third with a 0.47 and a 3.0. Blue, yellow, you are in fourth with a 1.25. And black, you are in fifth with a 0.67. Black, you require 2.81 to advance. Yellow, you require a 1.23. This is red, Manfred. Keep out of that one. Blue, Carl Myers up on his backhand. He's working to get around this section. You also see White taking off behind him. Last of red, a 2.77. Waiting for the last of blue, and I can give you an update on the situation as well as white. Last of white, a 1.17, and last of blue, a 3.17. Surfers in the water, your current situation. Red, you are in the lead with a 5.83 and a 2.77. White, you are in second with a 7 and a 1.17. Blue, you are in third with a 3 and a 3.17. Yellow, you are in fourth with a 2.23. Yellow, you need a 3.94 to take an advancing position. And black, you are in fifth with a 0.67. Black, you need a 5.5 to move into an advancing position. First priority is with our surfer in red. Third priority white. This is white. Hayden McNichol working through this one. Find out our section. Just under 15 minutes remaining. Last of white is a 4.83, and here we see yellow. Brendan up and riding, cars back, unfortunately coming unstuck on that intersection. You are in fifth with a 0.67. You require a 5.5. This is blue, quick in and out for Kyle Myers. Red, Manfred up and riding. Another short ride for him. Blue, Kyle Myers. Really trying to work through this section. Unfortunately, comes unstuck there. First priority is with surfer in black, second priority with white, third priority yellow, and fourth priority red. In the lead with a 7 and a 4.83. Red is in second with a 5.83 and a 2.77. And here he is up and riding. Unfortunately, that went off Manfred while he was looking. In third, we have Blue with a 3 and a 3.17. In fourth is Yellow with a 2.23 and a 1.73. Yellow, you need a 3.94 to move to an advancing position. And Black, you are in fifth with a 0.67. You need a 5.5 to move to an advancing position. First priority is with White.
I am joining you for the last few minutes of the over 35 men round 1 heat 5. There was some non-stop action during this heat. It is a 5-man heat, so the first 3 surfers will advance into the next round. We have in white Hayden McNichol showing some incredible surfing out the back, managing to get a 7-point ride. These surfers managing to find the gem in the storm here. It can be tricky in these kind of conditions, but it just shows what our surfers managed to find. Some scoring potential waves. As we see some waves rolling in. Red up and riding on a little one, milking it onto the inside here, and he'll kick out of that one. Red is currently in second. As we see, yellow just goes down on that wave. Blue up and riding on the inside, seeing what he can manage to get out of this wave. The wave not providing much for him, so he kicks out of that one. As we see a set coming out the back.
You're getting wetty.
White up and riding, managing to get onto the inside. Nice turn from White. Nice second turn. And he'll kick out of that one. That was Hayden McNichol, the man in the white. Been showing some great performance from us during this heat for us. This is a 5-man heat, so it goes on for 25 minutes. And there the buzzer goes. That is a complete 5-man heat. Advancing is White, Hayden McNichol. red and blue. Now just starting is our first women's heat of the day. What? As we see blue, quick one in and out there for Zany, and white up behind her, just falls off the back of that one. Like I said before, this is our first women's heat of the event, and we have 3 more after this before we go into the over 40 men. It's so cool to see that some of these women are still ripping and still frothing for competition. White's first wave coming in at a 1.17. She is now sitting in 3rd priority as we see her pull off the back of that wave. Yellow just not managing to get onto that wave. As we see red up and riding on her backhand, as well as yellow. Just quick waves from both of those surfers.
I've never ever gone for one like pressure. Like I'm gonna have to like slog it from
Our surfer's taking a look at that one, but that wave just fades into nothing. Just over 13 minutes remaining, and blue is sitting in first with a 5.50, red in second with a 3.67, and yellow in third with a 1.90, and white in fourth with a 1.17 and a 0.50. Yellow's last wave coming in at a 1.07. It is not enough to help her get into that advancing position. She needs a 1.78.
So, are you Jess? Are you talking?
Yeah.
The two Jesses here. Oh, you did the shots for the Cape Town for the juniors. Okay, so you Jess. And you do it for all of it, so.
Most of it.
Okay. Is it a pain thing or are you doing it for the?
I'm here with Craig Johnson. He surfed in one of our previous heats this morning. How are you feeling about the conditions, and what is your plan going forward?
Yeah, no, it was fun to be out there. It's always great to be up the East Coast. I know it's like howling onshore. It was all like mist, like, oh, we trained all year for this and now we're surfing in the slop. But it's super nice to be down here. It's like a special place, the East Coast. And yeah, the waves are super fun. I actually had quite a jaw because I quite enjoy onshore rubbish waves. I'm a rubbish wave surfer. And yeah, no, when I was out there, shame I saw that everyone looked quite confused. It's kind of a little bit disorientating with all the water moving. But yeah, like super fun. And the strategy going forward is to get lots of waves and do lots of turns and shred it up, shredding it.
Yes, I think that's the best mindset to have, especially in these conditions. But yeah, keep warm and we will see you in the next heats.
Cheers, thank you. Sure, but okay, Jess, I'm going to speak. Sorry.
We are now just under 7 minutes remaining of this women's heat. The current situation is now red in first, blue in second, yellow in third, and fourth is white. We saw a couple waves from our surfers during our interview with Craig Johnson. He was telling us about how he enjoys surfing the onshore waves, which I think is quite a special thing to enjoy because it's definitely not a common thing at all. But yeah, just from having that conversation, it's definitely important to find the positives in negatives. There's definitely a big negative around it being howling onshore, but Craig definitely seems to find the positive in that and just seems to really enjoy himself out in the water. You see White up and riding. She manages to get around that section. Nice first turn. And she'll go down on that one. And we see Red now up and riding on a foamy one. Just one turn and she'll kick off the back of that wave. A good amount of waves ridden in this heat from our ladies. The situation is still red in first, blue in second, yellow in third and white in fourth. Now waiting for yellow's next scoring ride to see whether or not it will help her advanced. Unfortunately, it comes in at a 0.67, which isn't enough to help her get into that advancing position. Red's last wave coming in at a 3.2. That further extends her lead. No, don't worry. Yeah, I know what you mean.
What's happening? Are you good? Good. It's terrible. Did you watch? No, I got nothing. I got one. Oh, no, that's I surfed in waves like this. Yeah. But it was all good. I tried. I had one that wasn't great, but at least I did a couple of minutes. Yes. The floater, man. Okay. A long time. It's been like a year.
Just over 2 minutes remaining left in this heat before we move on to...
Thank you so much.
In our over 35 round 1 heat 2 of our women's heat, we have
what do you recommend? Just a breakfast roll.
and now we are down to just over 1 minute remaining in our first women's heat of the day.
I think we set up for the under the posture, right? So what is he doing?
30 seconds left in this heat for our surfers, with yellow needing a 2.84 and white needing a 3.41 to advance into the next round. As we see a paddle from Red, she is up and riding, making her way around those surfers. Nice turn from Red, and she'll go down on that wave. And that is the end of
Yes, hello. The whole day? For 5 days. A few days.
And that is the end of our first women's heat, with Bonnie and Zany advancing into the next round as we start our next women's heat. Let me see a paddle from Yellow, trying to get around that white water, just not managing.
Alright, so what do you think of South Africa? Good, huh? We are coming from the north. Okay. Now we are since yesterday.
As we see a quick ride from red. Yellow up and riding. Trying to hang on to that wave, but she'll kick off of that one. Yellow's first wave coming in at a 3.67, taking her up into the lead as we see a paddle from Blue. Nice first turn from Blue. Manages to get around that section, gets another turn in, and completes, almost manages to complete that ride. Blue's last wave coming in at a 5.33, so that pushes her up into the leading position, with Yellow sitting in second, needing only a 1.67 to take that first position. If you are just joining us, welcome to our second women's heat of the day. We are down here at Seal Point in Cape St. Francis. Here for the Masters Championships. We are only 7 heats into the first day of this event. We are going to be running for 5 days, so the last day would be on Sunday. So it's looking like a very active week coming up.
That's where I'm standing. It's quite windy.
No, man, not yet.
A paddle in the foam from Red. She'll go down on that one. Also looking at a paddle from Yellow. Tries to connect into the double up, but the wave just running away from her. As we see Blue up and riding. Nice turn there from Blue. Another nice turn, but she'll just fall off the back of that wave. She is currently in first position with 10 minutes remaining. A nice turn there from Yellow, but she'll just fall off the back of that one. As we see a somewhat of a lull here, I'm going to take the chance to thank some of our sponsors. We have First Choice High Protein, Cape St. Francis Resort, Shaper X, and St. Francis Breweries for feeding our crew, and True Technologies for some reliable high-speed internet. Just a big thanks to them for helping this run smoothly and helping us make it happen. Our lady's having to duck dive over this wide wave. As we can see on the live stream, it is pretty spaced apart. Not easy to predict which waves are going to give you that scoring opportunity. A nice looking wave rolling through as we see red up and riding, not managing to stay with it. As we see a paddle from right, apologies, yellow up and riding, getting a nice first turn, managing to get another one in there, trying to stay with it, finding the double up section right onto the inside, and she will kick off of that wave. Yellow's last wave coming in at a 3.17. She further secures her place in second. Blue up and riding, currently in first position. Just a quick in and out there for her. a short paddle there from our surfer in white, who is yet to open their account, with 1 minute and 49 seconds remaining on the clock. Just under 1 minute remaining in this heat, and I'm going to be signing out for now. But you will soon be joined by Tash for some more commentary on the next upcoming heats.
Hello and welcome to everyone joining us here on the Open Plan Pictures live stream of this 2026 South African Masters Championships here in Cape St. Francis. And before we get into this heat, the over 35 women, we would first like to thank the sponsors for helping us put this live stream out there so that the friends and family at home can be watching. Thank you to First Choice High Protein, Sothebys St. Francis Bay, Cape St. Francis Resort, Shaper X, St. Francis Breweries for feeding our live stream crew, True Technologies for our high-speed internet, as well as Sevos Architecture, Eezi Move, Night Beer and Outdoor Photo. Thank you so much for sharing and helping us bring this live feed to everyone back home. You can see we have some onshore challenging conditions for our surfers today. We're currently in our over 35 women's division. This is Heat 3 and we have surfer in red, Lisa Mace. She started with a 5.17, so she's in the lead. In second, we have our surfer in yellow, Kay Holt, with a 0.17 and a 1.5. In white, Rochelle Walker, with a 1.0. And Jade Harding is in the blue. We're still waiting for her to open up her account. We've seen today that conditions are tricky and wave selection definitely matters. So those people that are getting the better rides are definitely getting higher scores. Today we have our more onshore conditions, but later in the waiting period or in our contest period, we have some better, cleaner conditions coming up. So thank you to everyone tuning in and watching our surfers here at the South African Masters Championships 2026.
That is the worst, I think.
Yeah, I think so. So we just saw our surfer in yellow, Kay Holt, on a wave. Here is blue, Jade Harding. That was her first ride. Unfortunately came a little bit unstuck there. These onshore conditions, it does make it quite bumpy, so you do have to take off quite early on the waves to ensure that you take off in a good position to hold your rail through that bump. Yeah, first of blue, a 0.17. Here goes red, Lisa Mace. She opened up with a 5.17 and is looking to back that up. Carve was looking really beautiful there, holding the rail through. Unfortunately, just got a little bit stuck at the top of the foam. You'll see a lot of these waves start to double up quite a bit. So we have to make sure that we stick tighter in the pocket to get through the sections. Last of red, a 1.4. She is still in the lead. Red is in the lead with yellow in second, white Rochelle Walker in third, and blue Jade Harding in fourth. Here goes Blue. Quick look at that one. She doesn't go. Been talking to a lot of the surfers after their heats, and they're saying they're definitely some good waves out there. You just have to be in the position to find them. With this onshore, there's a little bit of a current pulling down the point, which makes it quite challenging, as surfers will have to keep paddling their way back up. As you can see, red and white on the screen, you can see them pushing up the line there, which is quite challenging to stay in the position that they'd like to stay in. Here goes our surfer in white, Rochelle Walker. She's on her backhand, so she's really trying to get through this. Unfortunately, comes unstuck in that foam. You could see there was a bit of a section in front of her, making it difficult to get down the face of that wave.
Sorry guys, I thought look.
Lots of white coming through. It's like a 1.17. She's still in third, looking for a 3.4 to move into second. So our top two surfers will be moving through, with our third and fourth surfers going into round two. So what's great about these SA Masters Championships is that our surfers get a second opportunity to get back into the main event, especially after the first heat. So third and fourth aren't out of the event yet. They get to surf in round two and hopefully make their way back into the main round. So our first and second place surfers will be moving to round three. There's quite an advantage to skip a heat or skip a round. You have 7 minutes remaining. Still see surfer in red, Lisa Mace in the lead. Kay Holt in second. Rochelle Walker in third, and Jade Harding in fourth. Heats of our over 40 men. Conditions aren't just challenging for our surfers out there, but as well for our judges and team on the beach, sitting out in the weather, luckily with some gazebos. And here goes Blue, Jade Harding. This is a much better ride for her, really getting down the line. Unfortunately comes unstuck at the end on that cutback, but she will definitely be improving on her scoreline. Last of Blue, a 1.57. Jade is still in fourth and she's looking for a 3.01. So the scores aren't too high in this heat. Lisa sitting with a 5.17. That's the best ride. She'll be looking to back it up with a better score. She's got a 1.4 as her second scoring ride. And remember, two waves count towards our surfers' heat totals. So surfers are going to want to make sure that they're getting two good scoring rides to solidify a position in first and second in these heats. After round 1, it is elimination rounds. So from round 2 onwards, surfers will be knocked out of the event. But what's great with having the second opportunity, sometimes our first attempt is a little bit more nerve-wracking than we'd like to think. It's also a reminder, if you're watching us on YouTube, that you can also see us on live heats, watching our live stream. And there's some really cool features with condensed heat versions that you can go and watch. Here we see yellow, Kay Holt. This wave a little bit struggling to get onto that one. You could see it was really bumpy. She was trying to hold it, to find an opportunity to get her feet. You can see there's a little bit of turmoil in the ocean with this strong onshore. Red out the back. Oh, unfortunately, Lisa Mace just not quite getting onto that one. White is going to take the opportunity on her backhand. You can see this is a nice looking wave. Great backhand snap for her. She cuts back, but unfortunately comes unstuck in that foam. You can see that it is a little bit tricky at the back. Some of the waves a little bit harder to catch. Thank you. Waiting for a few scores to come in. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in this heat. And if you've just joined us and are maybe a little bit new to surfing, our heats are 20 minutes long. And in those 20 minutes, surfers can catch as many rides as they'd like, but their top 2 scoring waves count towards their overall heat total. And our first and second place surfers in this round will be moving on to round 3, whilst third and fourth go into round 2 and get a second opportunity to make it back into the main round of event. Last of White was a 2.07. Thinking back to that wave, she definitely could have had a bigger score there if she just held it through that white water. She had a great looking snap. Then unfortunately, as she cut back into the white foam, it's just a little bit too much bump for her. And that is the end of our over 35 women round 1 heat 3. We'll now be going into our over 35 women round 1 heat 4. We have in red Roxy Davis, in white Heather Clark, in the yellow Nicole O'Connell, and in blue Michelle van Kempen. If you're just joining us here on the Open Plan Pictures live stream, thank you for tuning in and watching this South African Masters Championships 2026. We are at Seal Point in Cape St. Francis. Some challenging conditions for our Masters surfers. Quite a strong onshore, but there are contestable waves out there. And just a thanks to our sponsors. First Choice High Protein, Sothebys St. Francis Bay, Cape St. Francis Resort, Shaper X. Thank you to St. Francis Breweries for feeding our crew, to True Technologies for the reliable high-speed internet, Sevos Architecture, Eezi Move, Night Beer, and Outdoor Photo for sponsoring this live stream. Just under 18 minutes left in this heat. We've yet to see a wave, but we see Heather Clark getting a 7.00. That is the highest scoring wave of this round 1 of the over 35 women so far. Heather, a very experienced surfer, having surfed on the championship tour as well as competing in the Triple Crown in Hawaii. Can see a paddle here from Blue. She just doesn't get into that one. Another experienced surfer in this heat is Roxy Davis. And here she goes. That is our surfer in the red. She's cutting it back to the foam, really trying to hold through this section. Fortunately, the wave kind of fading away from her there. Roxy isn't just experienced in shortboarding, she's also represented South Africa for longboarding as well as stand-up paddle. So she is quite the water woman. And that was yellow. Nicole O'Connell, a quick in and out for her there. First of red, a 1.33. First of yellow, a 0.5. So both surfers will be looking to improve on that. See a quick in and out there for Heather Clark. She did open up with a 7.0. the Triple Crown in Hawaii. It's quite a prestigious event, surfing 3 of Hawaii's breaks. She is the only male in between the male or female categories to win this as a South African. And here goes red. Roxy Davis up and riding. Nice check turn for her there. She's looking for a bit more. She gets a foam climb. You can see Roxy's board is slightly wider, which is great for these type of conditions to really get through those flatter, bumpier sections. And you could see how her board was moving from rail to rail. It looked very comfortable underneath her feet. Second scoring ride for Roxy Davis, a 4.33. So the same situation, White, Heather Clark in the lead. Second, Roxy Davis. In third, we have Nicole O'Connell. And in fourth, Michelle van Kempen. We're still waiting for our surfer in blue to open her account. Just over 11 minutes remaining in this heat. So just a reminder, if you're watching on YouTube Live, you can also see this live stream on Live Heats. There are also some new cool features with condensed heat replays that will be available after the competition. You can see our ladies trying to reposition themselves. It looks like our surfer in the blue is going to give this one a go. And she's up and riding. The wave is doubling up for her. This is Michelle van Kempen. Nice snap there. Quick check turn. She goes for that closeout section. Unfortunately, not riding out of that. She was looking for a little bit extra on that wave. And unfortunately, a little bit too much foam. You can see she's quite close on the rocks there, having to bail her board. A lot of our surfers finishing off as close to the rocks as possible, trying to get the most out of the waves. And here goes Roxy. Roxy is our 2025 over 35 women's SA Masters champion. So she'll be looking to back that up this year. A few quick snaps for her and she gets out of that one. And here is Heather, our current heat leader, on her backhand. She has great power and flow. first for blue was a 3.43. So that moves our surfer in blue up to third. She's still looking for a 2.24 to move into second. But we're waiting for the last of red as well as white to see what happens to our situation. Last ride for red came in at a 2.93. Still waiting for the last of white, and it's a 6.0. Heather sitting with a 7 and a 6. That is the highest heat total for this event, or for the women's event so far. We saw Hayden McNichol do quite a great heat total earlier this morning. A really well ridden heat for Heather Clark, making it quite difficult for anyone to knock her off of that top position. Roxy Davis would need an 8.67 to move to first. Michelle van Kempen looking for a 3.84 to move into second. Remember, first and second will be advancing to round 3, whilst third and fourth will go to round 2, where they'll get a second chance to make it back into the main event. There are 7 minutes remaining in this heat. I will be heading over to the beach commentary. So I've enjoyed taking you through these last 2 heats, and I will see you a bit later. But stay tuned, because there is way more action to come from our over 40 men. We hope you're enjoying watching the show, and I will see you in a few heats' time.
And we are back with our over 40 men. We have just seen our women surfers managing to get some waves. Some very tricky conditions, and it's looking like it's going to be howling a bit more this afternoon, so we have decided to end early and run some of our heats on another day. As we see Red up and riding, showing some good surfing on the wave he was given. This is our first round, our first heat of our over 40 men. We are 5 minutes into this heat and we have seen 2 of our surfers catch waves so far. Just a huge well done to Heather Clark for taking the win in that previous heat with some great scores of a 8.67 and a 7-point ride. Roxy Davis also advancing with her with a 4.33 and a 3.87. And that last wave from Red, a 5.83. Red really was utilizing everything that he could on the wave that he had selected. It's very tricky to find the right waves in these kind of conditions. But our surfers are managing to find the best they can. As we see Red up and riding once again. Getting a nice completion on that wave. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the SA Masters Champs. We are currently in the first heat of our over 40 men. It is quite chilly down here at the beach, so anyone watching online, super jealous of you guys. And a 4.50, and the surfer in blue catching a wave, scoring of a 4-point ride, and then white with a 1.67. As we see a yellow, just a quick in and out for him. Red up and riding on another wave. A nice floater from him. Gets around that section. Nice carve back to the pocket. and almost getting onto the rocks there. That was the third wave ridden for our surfer in red, with 11 minutes remaining in this heat. Red's last wave coming in at a 5-point ride. He really utilized everything that he could on that wave. This is our first day of competition here at the Masters Champs. We are now ending with our last heat at 1:37 today. Just because it does look like it's going to howl a bit more onshore, and it would be better and more fair for the surfers if we cut it short today. But there is a whole week of surfing coming up, so stay tuned for that. Whether it's watching on our live stream on Live Heats or on YouTube, or whether it's coming down here to watch it in real life, get some of the action for yourself. As we see Yellow up and riding on a small insider. Gets a nice turn in. That was Yellow opening his account. He's been waiting for a wave for a while, trying to pick his waves wisely. Now we see White up and riding. Nice carve back to the pocket. Makes it around that section. Waiting for it to double up here on the inside. Really trying to get as much as he can out of this wave. Nice snap from him, and he'll pull out of that one. The current situation is red first, white second, blue third, and yellow in fourth. Still a decent amount of time left in this heat, so anything can happen, especially in conditions like these. You just manage to find a nice looking wave in the last few minutes. It can change and turn around the whole heat. Whether that wave comes through for you or not is We've seen some great surfing from our surfers in this heat, as we see Blue up and riding. A nice carve from him. Great snap, and he'll pull off the back of that one. That was our surfer in blue, Travis. He managed to get a nice wave that could potentially improve his score. He's sitting with a 1.67 and a 3.67. So we'll see where the judges go with his score. And the score comes in. It is a 5.23. That does help him jump up into second, into that advancing position. That wave just managing to come through, as we see White up and riding. Nice first turn on a bigger looking wave than we've seen so far. Gets out of that foam. Another turn. Manages to squeeze another one in there. And he'll pull off the back that one. Looks like some action in the last few minutes of this heat from Travis and John. John's last wave coming in at a 2.93. It's not enough to push him into that advancing position. He now needs a 5.56. And Mark in fourth needing a 9.23. As we see a paddle from Red, this is our heat leader. Nice tap off the foam there from our surfer in red. Really utilizing every part of the wave that he possibly can, which has been what he's been doing throughout this heat, keeping him in the first position. And this heat will end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that was the end of our first heat of our over 40 men. And now we are going into the next heat. Heat 2, round 1 of our over 40 men. In this heat we have in red, Jono Bruton, in white, Brandon Walker, and in yellow, Matthew van Rensburg, and in blue, Josh Enslin. As we see a quick start for yellow. So we are cutting our over 40 men short and running them early tomorrow morning. My apologies. We are running over 45 men early tomorrow morning. They would have been surfing later on this evening, but the conditions just were not allowing it. So we are squeezing them in to an early start of 7:30 tomorrow morning. As we see a second wave there from yellow. Yellow's first wave coming in at a 1-point ride. Matthew van Rensburg just putting a score on the board there as quick as he can. As we see blue, a nice turn in the foam. And he'll unfortunately go down on that one. Blue's wave coming in at a 1.83, also putting a score on the board early in this heat. Lucky for us on the beach, the sun is starting to peek through a little bit. The wind is still quite a chilly gust, but much better than it was this morning. A big congratulations to the surfer in red and the surfer in blue for advancing into the next round. There was some great surfing from our surfer in red and from the other competitors in that heat. But surfer in red standing out for properly utilizing everything he could on the waves that he selected. Helping him put some decent scores on his board. as we see Surfer in Red up and riding. Nice carve back to the pocket. He'll unfortunately go off the back of that wave. That was Surfer in Red, Jono Bruton. And even though we have some proper winter weather and some onshore waves, it truly is an amazing opportunity to be down here in this beautiful town at Seal Point. And yeah, just super grateful to be a part of this event. And it really is, other than the conditions, it really is a good experience coming down here with some of the best surfers that we have in South Africa. The Surfer in Red's wave coming in at a 2-point ride. So he is now sitting in first position. Surfer in White yet to open his account, but our other surfers only sitting with a 1-wave score. And so has Red. Blue's wave coming in at a 2.1 and Red's wave coming in at a 3.83. So Red is now sitting in first with a 2-point ride and a 3.83, and Blue sitting with a 1.83 and a 2.1. Matthew sitting in third with a 1-point ride, needing a 2.93 to advance into the next heat. And Brandon Walker, Surfer in White, still needing to catch a wave to put a score on the board.
Just have a little wiggle.
Our surfers in the next heat collecting their rashies, getting ready for their upcoming heat. As we see Yellow coming off the back of that wave and Red up and riding. This is our heat leader. Nice wrap to the back. And again, nice carve back to the foam. Also doing the same thing as our Surfer in Red in the previous heat, just utilizing everything that a surfer could on the wave that he selected. That wave coming in at a 5.17.
It goes right now. Here we go.
Nice carve. Just a quick one there from our surfer in white, Brandon Walker. That wave putting a score on the board and opening his account. He needs a 3.93 to take the advancing position. That wave coming in at a 3.27, pushing him up to third position. Now he needs a small score of a 0.66 to advance into the next round and take over blue. Now that we are getting a little bit later into the day, the sun is starting to peek through the clouds a little bit more. Going to now hand over the mic to Tash, who will be joining you and leading you through the next heat.
I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Tsitsikamma Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Tsitsikamma spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Tsitsikamma spring water.
Hello, I'm Natasha van Grienen and I am back in the booth for the next 3 heats of this over 40 men round 1. We've seen some exciting surfing already, but I can say that I'm excited to see what Shannon Eezi has to offer in this heat. It already started with a 283 and a 5.0. Some of you may know Shannon was living in Norway for quite a while, and it's great to see him back here in South Africa competing in our South African Masters Championships. We can also see in this heat in yellow is Bruce Borrett with a 2.67 and a 2.37. He's currently in second. This is Oren Johnson. Quick carve for him and then he gets out of that one. Oren, one of the many Johnson brothers. And then in the white we have Donovan Osborne. You can see a lot of small scoring rides in these heats. It's because our surfers have to try and stay busy to get the right wave out there. A lot of the waves tend to be a little bit too bumpy or fade away. But you can see when the correct wave is chosen, it gives our surfers the opportunity to get those great looking turns in. There are 12 minutes remaining in this heat. This is day 1 of the 2026 South African Masters Championships, and here is Blue, our current heat leader, Shannon Eezi. Great turn for him into that carve. Another quick snap there. Really looking light on his feet in this wave. Making the most of the sections he's been given. Last of Blue, a 4.17. So Blue, Shannon, remains in the lead with a 5 and a 4.17. In second, we have Bruce Borrett in yellow with a 2.67 and a 2.37. And this looks like our surfer in the white. That is Donovan Osborne. Quick carve back for him. Unfortunately, that wave just fading out a bit. Donovan currently sitting in 4th. And you see Oren Johnson in that 3rd place. Not too much required. Only a 3.04 needed for Oren to go into 2nd. Donovan in white needs a 3.27 to move to an advancing position. This is a really exciting division here. The South African Masters Championships. And here goes red. Oren Johnson up and riding. Nice carve back for him. He's working through this one. It looks like the wave is offering up a double up section. gets that end maneuver. He's going to look for a little bit, chooses to kick out of that one. You can see quite close onto the rocks there, wanting to avoid any unnecessary fin box damage. We'd like to shout out to the sponsors of this live stream, to First Choice High Protein, Sothebys St. Francis Bay, Cape St. Francis Resort, and Shaper X. Also a big thank you to the St. Francis breweries for feeding our live stream crew, as well as True Technologies for the reliable high-speed internet, allowing us to bring this to you at home, as well as a big thank you to Sevos Architecture, Eezi Move, Night Beer, and Outdoor Photo. Into second. And here we see yellow, Bruce Barrett, great first carve. He goes for that end turn, unfortunately a little bit too much foam on that section, a little bit late to it, and he goes down. He's now looking for a 3.77 to take that second back from Oren. Blue, Shannon Ainsley having a look there. The over 40 men will be our last division for the day. We still have 5 more heats to go in this division, and then we will be finishing for the day. Definitely some challenging conditions for everyone down here. The onshore is quite strong, but as you can see, our surfers having no problem out there finding some waves. So if this is your first time tuning in today, a little bit of information about this event. This is the 20th edition of our 2026 South African Masters Championships. And we have 162 surfers taking part this year. And you'll see all of our surfers get to surf at least twice. So first and second in this heat will be progressing to round 3. Third and fourth move to round 2, where they get another chance to make it back into the main event. This is a great opportunity so our surfers can maybe make a few mistakes in their first heat, but still get another chance to surf again and show us what they are made of. You can see red, Oren Johnson. Sorry, we have a lot of activity around the commentary booth at the moment. This, you can see a wider view of our lineup. You can see our surfers just to the right there, the right hand side of your screen. Another thing that they are facing is there is a little bit of a current down the point. Because of this onshore, It's pushing them further down. So surfers have to keep paddling to hold their position out there. That is one of the activities and fun initiatives at the South African Championships, is that you get to represent your district. And this is our surfer in blue, Shannon Ainsley. He's holding it in the foam, looking for a little bit more, really using his rail well in this wave. 2 great snaps there. Pushes the fins out a little bit more in that second turn. He's looking to improve on his second scoring ride of a 4.17. Top 2 scoring rides count into our surfers heat totals. And as I was saying, we have surfers representing a number of districts here. I can list them for you. We have Cape Town Surf Riders, Cape Winelands, Eden, Nelson Mandela Bay, Buffalo City, Ugu, Ilembe Surf Riders, and eThekwini Surf Riders. We have 8 districts here competing, with most teams being full with 21 surfers each. And every heat a surfer makes accumulates points towards their overall team rankings. Last year we saw Buffalo City take the win in Cape Town. And now we wonder who will win this year. We're on day 1 and we still have quite a road to the finals.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I've ended up getting third. These conditions are
50 seconds remaining in this heat. Our situation, we have Shannon Ainsley in the lead, Oren Johnson in second, Bruce Barrett in third, and Donovan Osborne in fourth. Red, Oren Johnson looking for a little bit more, a little bit frustrated with that wave as it fades underneath him. And that is the end of our over 40 men round 1 heat 3. And we're now into our heat 4 of our over 40 men, you'll see red Warren Seymour, in white Jono Fenter, in yellow Rian Barnard, and in blue Robert Jacobs. And here we see yellow. That is Rian Barnard up and riding on his backhand. See some great support from team surfers around at the event wearing their team colors and uniforms, as well as having team members support each other on the beach. You can hear the cheers. First of blue, Robert Jacobs was a 2.1, and here goes yellow again up on his backhand. Quick snap there. Unfortunately, just can't hold to get around that one. That was Rian Barnard on our screen. You can see the winner of the last heat, Shannon Eezi, coming in over the rocks. And that is red. Warren Seymour, great carve for him. Catches a rail a little bit on that one, but makes it through. He gets a foam climb float. Quick snap. It's really working this wave all the way through. Waiting on a score for red to come in. So whether you are joining us on the live YouTube feed or on live heats, thank you for being here and for watching and supporting our South African Masters Championships. Red opens up with a 6.33, putting the pressure on the rest of the surfers in this heat. Snap combination for him. Holding it around this whitewater. The wave is offering him a little bit more here. He gets a snap and another and kicks out of that one, having done the work already. Last of white, a 3.5. You can see red is in the lead, white currently in second, yellow in third, and blue in fourth. can see the surfers trying to find their positions again in the lineup. We have surfer in blue with priority, Robert Jacobs. He's looking for a 1.61 to move to second. And he's in a good position with that priority. That means he has unconditional right of way. He can choose any wave he would like that comes through. Just over 13 minutes remaining in this heat. This heat, our surfers being a little bit more selective. And we would have seen in our last heat, all our surfers were sitting on 3+ rides. In this heat we see only 2 surfers with 2 counting waves. We're looking to see Robert and Warren both get another scoring wave. And here goes Blue using his priority. Carves it back into the foam, gets a nice snap there, quick foam climb, and he's working it back into this double up section. Some great looking rail work on this board. Quick snap for him, and he pulls out just before ending on the rocks. That was Robert Jacobs. That looked like a great use of priority to me, selecting a good scoring wave. And we'll see what the judges reward him with. That wave definitely giving him opportunities to get the turns he is looking for out there. This is yellow, Rion. Just a quick in and out for him. Trying to see what that wave would offer. Last of Blue, a 4.23. So that moves Surfer in Blue up to second. Red taking the win in the lead. Blue in second. White in third and yellow in fourth.
Did I snuck in there?
Yeah, you did.
I was talking to my team now. It's like, even though other team knows too.
So we were waiting to see if our surfer Warren will get another scoring ride. Although he's sitting in a great position with that 6.33 in his score line. He's still in the lead. And if you look, he is actually tied with Robert Jacobs with their heat totals of 6.33. But because Warren has a higher scoring wave, he is considered the heat leader. can see Jonah Venter in third, looking for only a 2.84 to move into second. Even though none of the surfers will be knocked out today, they want to skip that round 2, give themselves a little bit of a break, as well as hopefully surf a bit later in the contest period to get some better conditions. Also relieving some pressure when you're moving through to round 3. This is Red, our heat leader, Warren Seymour, up and riding. Carving it back to the pockets. Unfortunately, that wave not offering much more. But he will improve on his situation there. Just a 2.03 for our surfer in red, but he improves on his heat lead. Robert Jacobs still in second, Jonah Venter in third, and Rian Barnard in fourth. Looks like a few waves coming through here. Our surfers trying to find their positioning. As I mentioned earlier, a little bit of a current out there as well that our surfers are having to tackle. And here goes yellow. This is Rian Barnard up and riding. Nice backhand snap for him. Holding it close to the foam. He's hoping to get a little bit more on this wave. Gets down on his board and unfortunately pulls out there. Here is White. Quick snap there. Holding it in the foam again. He's looking for more. So our backhand surfers will be looking for those steep sections like that one to get those quick snaps. Nice float. Just really working this one through. That was Jonah Venter. He's only looking for a 2.84 to move into second.
That looks good. Where's that from?
St. Francis Breweries.
Teaching and commentating. It could work.
Hello, hello. How are you
I'm
doing?
doing well.
You got the parking bay, eh? It's a miserable day today, though.
Are you good?
Hey?
It's the mayor of St. Francis. We're honored to have you in our
Actually,
country.
you got a coffee too, huh?
This is yellow. Trying to work back into that one. A little bit of a frothy face on this wave. And he kicks out of that one. fast. Blue, quick snap for him there. Unfortunately, only one maneuver on that wave. So our current heat situation, we have red, Warren Seymour in the lead. White, Jonah Fenter in second. In third, blue, Robert Jacobs. And in fourth, Rian Barnard in the yellow. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this heat. You may have heard some of our locals asking if Simon Fish will be surfing in the next heat, and yes, he will be. Simon Fish, a local from this area. A quick in and out there for yellow, and there goes blue up behind him. Nice carve, goes for the foam climb. It's our current second place surfer. Situation has remained the same, with red in the lead, blue in second, white in third, and yellow in fourth. Here goes white, up and riding. First snap, goes for a little air chop up there. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. This is red, Warren Seymour, really working this little wave. And that is the end of Heat 4. Congratulations to Warren Seymour taking out the win. Second, Robert Jacobs. Third, Jonah Fenter. And in fourth, Rian Barnard. Now we're into Heat 5 of our over 40 men. In the water, we'll see in red, Jason Lee Isaacs. In white, John Grunling. In yellow, Simon Fish. And in blue, Ant Donaldson. See the heat winner of the last heat walking in over the rocks as we wait for the surfers to get started in this heat. See, there are quite a few different strategies being used out there. Some surfers being a little bit more patient for waves, whilst others remaining busy trying to get as many opportunities as they can. This heat looks like our surfers are choosing to be a little bit more patient at the start. Some like to get the first ride. Others like to wait a little bit longer before going on a wave. And it looks like yellow. Simon Fish, having a look at that one, doesn't quite look like the look of it, so he pulls out. Simon, the local surfer here, also a local board shaper, so he would have picked the best board for the conditions out there. Whilst we have a little break in the action, I'd like to thank the sponsors for our live stream First choice high protein, Sothebys St. Francis Bay, the Cape St. Francis Resort, Shaper X, St. Francis Breweries for feeding our live stream crew, and for True Technologies for their reliable high-speed internet. And a big thanks also goes to Sevos Architecture, Eezi Move, Night Beer, and Outdoor Photo. Thank you for your support for the SA Masters Championships and showcasing it live so that family and friends back home can watch and be included in the action. But it is great to see lots of parents and friends and family up here in Cape St. Francis supporting our Masters surfers. And this is only day one. We have 4 more days of action to bring you. And I can see a paddle. That is Blue and Donaldson working his rail here, trying to get a bit more speed around this wave. Holding it in the pocket. A quick check snap there. Unfortunately, that wave not offering too much more. Here goes White. Quick in and out for John Grundling. First of Blue a 1.67. First of White is 0.67, so some small scores being put on the board to start. Red, Jason Isaacs up and riding, getting through this section. Nice check turn for him. He's trying to get over a little bit more, looking for more opportunity on this wave. Another snap for him. So far the best looking ride of the heat. But we still have under 12 minutes remaining. We're still waiting to see surfer in yellow, Simon Fish, open his score line. He does have first priority. That means he has unconditional right of way out there. And here goes White. Quick look there. He doesn't get to his feet. However, he does lose his second priority. And that was because he made a committed paddle to a wave. So when you have priority and you commit to a ride, whether that be paddling into the wave or even standing up and riding it, you will lose your priority and go to the back of the queue. First of Red comes in at a 4.0. So far the highest scoring wave of the heat. You can see this one has been a little bit slower than our other. In our previous heats, a little bit more action, but here goes White. John Grundling up again, trying to gets that closeout snap. Really nice looking section there. Quickly gets off of that though. Looks like he is very close to the rocks.
intent to come and serve, that's great. I was grateful to be part of it. I still wanted to do waves. When I look from here, I'm like, oh, there's one. But today, it's like, I probably haven't surfed waves like this
So we can see current situation. Red is in the lead with white in second, blue in third, yellow in fourth. Still waiting for a ride from yellow. It's very small scores for white and blue. And here goes blue and Donaldson up and riding. He's getting around that foamy section. Quick snap into the pocket there. He comes around looking for a little bit more. Cuts it back. Unfortunately, that wave fading out on him. He should improve on his score line. Thank you so much for joining me here in the commentary booth and for watching the live stream of this year's 2026 South African Masters Championships. I will be heading back to the beach commentary, but my fellow commentator Jess will be back here to take you through the last few heats of the day. So stay tuned. Still a little bit more action to go.
very grateful for the start. The coffees have been flying, the breakfast lunch specials. I bought 90 rolls, I think we've only got 8 in the end. So obviously bacon I'm going to have to stock up with. Yeah, it's mental. I think there's a little, like, 2/3 of a pack of bacon and there's 3 full ones.
I'm just gonna finish this and then Coming down to the last 5 minutes of this heat. It's heat 6 of the over 40 men round 1. Our current situation is yellow first, blue second, white third and red in fourth position, yet to open his account. Situation is now changed. Our surfers in this division have been showing what they can do in conditions like these. If you're just tuning in, we are currently in one of our last few heats for this day. We have a few minutes left in this heat and then 2 more heats that are going to be run. But like I said, our surfers have been trying their best to salvage what they can in these conditions and making do with what they have. We've seen a few high-scoring rides come through during these heats. As we saw in the heat just previously, a 7.67 drop for Simon Fish. Also in the last few minutes of his heat, and he ended up taking the win in that heat. Just proves that anything can happen in the last few minutes of a heat, and that whatever comes through, you got to use it to its full potential. And a lot of these surfers have been showing us how that's done. We also saw some incredible surfing in our women's division. We had Heather Clark put down a high score of a 8.67 during her heat, as well as a 7 as her backup score. So once again, some incredible surfing that has been shown and proven is capable out here. As we see Yellow up and riding, trying to see what he can manage out here. Manages to get a good few turns in, and he'll pull off the back of that one. That was a good looking wave from our surfer in yellow. We'll see what the judges do with that score, if it will improve his other ones. And that last wave being just above his previous wave, counting as his second scoring wave. And that signals the end of our over 40 men round 1 heat 6. Now going on to our second last heat of the day. Congratulations to yellow and white for advancing into the next round. We have Lloyd Goldstone and Graham Swart. Coming. Little bit more warmth that we've been getting. Blue up and riding, a nice carve back to the pocket. And he'll kick out the back of that wave. It's really interesting to see all the surface heat strategies and what they like and what they don't when it comes to the waves. Whether or not they should stay on it and milk it till the inside, or get what needs to be done and then get ready for another wave. Surfer in the red making his way around the foam. Just goes down on that turn. Surfer in the yellow just creeping behind the foam. Gets a nice first turn. Just goes out the back of that one. We see a paddle from Surfer in the red. Trying to get around that foam and the wave just fading out. The conditions are getting trickier and trickier, and due to the wind picking up later on, we are cutting the contest short after this heat and the next heat are over. just so our surfers get a bit more of a pleasant chance to surfing the best they can. As we see Blue up and riding, just a quick in and out for him. Surfer in the white up and riding on his backhand. Nice 2 first turns from him. Tries to connect it but doesn't think it's worth it. Yellow now up and riding. Unfortunately he goes down in the foam. Like I said earlier, it's interesting to see what these surfers will commit to, whether they think it's worth committing to riding it all the way onto the inside, onto the rocks pretty much, whether it's worth risking their fins or going out to catch a better wave. All depends on their strategy and whatever happens during their heats. Another paddle from white. Just a quick in and out. Surfer in white, Oliver. Red up and riding on the inside. Just under 5 minutes remaining. Now we see blue. Our surfers understandably struggling to find a wave that gives them that opportunity the critical thinking and the fast decision making is crucial when it comes to things like this. As we are coming to the end of this heat, I'll introduce the upcoming heat, our last heat of the day. In red we have Razar Danica, in white Mikhail Thompson, in yellow Carl Ribbick, and in blue we have Mark Campbell. These are our last surfers that are going to be seen in a heat today. But we will be starting bright and early tomorrow morning at 7:30 to watch the first heat of our over 45 men. Round 1, heat 1. Just under 1 minute remaining in this heat. We have in red, first position, yellow in second, blue in third, and white in fourth position. White only needing a 2.9 to advance into that next round. The cool thing about SA Champs is that if you don't make the cut in the first round, then you get a second chance to surf in the repo round. So even if you don't make it into the next round, you still get to surf at least twice. That signals the end of our heat. And we will be moving into the last heat of the day. We are now 1 minute into the last heat of the day, and we have already Mikhail Thompson has put a score down on the board of a 3.17. So him really looking to start really early in this heat. As we see a paddle from the surfer in yellow. He's now up and riding. Trying to do what he can on this wave. And the wave just fades away from him. To make this event possible, there's a lot that happens behind the scenes that no one actually appreciates as much as they should. All the setting up, all the taking things down. Even the littlest things help when coming to make an event like this possible. As we see surfer in white coming around the foam, seeing if he can manage to connect it onto the inside. And yellow, not looking the like of that one. Not liking the look of that one.
I asked the front, she doesn't have something like it's like a something there. We either one of something else.
15 minutes remaining in this heat, and only 2 of our surfers have been catching waves so far. We have Carl Ribbick with 2 small scores of a 0.67 and a 0.30, and then Mikhail Thompson with a 2.83 and a 4-point ride. There's a lot of action happening down here at the beach. Some spectators, families coming to support. The whole experience is just so special that everyone comes down here to be a part of such an event. As we see Yellow, nice closeout turn from Yellow. That's Carl Revink. And Surfer in the blue on a small one here on the inside, waiting for it to double up. And he kicks out of that wave. Looks like our surfer in the blue, Mark Campbell, his score comes in at a 2.03. Surf in the yellow, wrapping it back. Unfortunately, goes down on his second turn. Surf in the red, up and riding. Unfortunately, goes down on his closeout turn. Just some thanks to our sponsors. We have St. Francis Breweries that provided us with an incredibly delicious lunch today. As we see Blue up and riding. Also using as much as he could out of that wave. Some other sponsors to thank is Eezi Move, as well as Night Beer and Outdoor Photo. Just a big thanks to them for the support. As well as True Technologies for providing us with a reliable high-speed internet link that has been very helpful for keeping the live stream fast and running. As well as a big thanks to all our spectators that joined our live, whether it was through YouTube or through live heats. None of this would be worth streaming if there weren't people as keen to watch as you guys on the live right now. And we see White up and riding. Nice foam climb from him. And another one. Seeing if he can connect it and it gets the closeout. Our surfer in White milking it all the way onto the inside. Making sure that he gets everything out of the wave that it offered.
I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Tsitsikamma Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Tsitsikamma spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Tsitsikamma spring water.
I think that this new feature on live heats is so helpful and so cool because of going onto live heats, checking the scores and being able to watch the actual waves to know how the score was gotten by the surfers. And just to see just how the surfers executed the waves and how they managed to put such a score onto the board. Even if you are unable to make it in real life, I think it's super helpful and just a a nice extra feature to help you feel more involved. Now we are coming down to the last 3 minutes of our day. It really has turned out to be a pretty successful first day. Everything seems to have gone the way that everyone planned. And the calls that were made today seems to be probably the wisest decision. And that is the end of our round 1 heat 8 of our over 40 men. That signals the end of day 1 at the Masters Champs in St. Francis here at Seal Point. We just want to thank everybody that joined us today. Thank all the sponsors that were involved in this event. We're looking forward to a great week ahead of us, so stay tuned for the rest of the week. Join us tomorrow at 7:30 sharp, and yeah, looking forward to tomorrow.
I am nature, I am calm, I am balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Tsitsikamma Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Tsitsikamma spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Tsitsikamma spring water